the 11th of January, 1895, however, the Minister of Justice obtained the King's assent to the abolition of all the more severe forms of torture except in capital cases. To enforce confession of guilt by beating with a stick was still to be allowed. 77 The reforms promised and inaugurated in 1895, with respect to the improvement of the administration of justice, like all the other reforms of that time, scarcely went beyond the so-called paper stage. Some forms of torture were, indeed, no longer customarily practiced, but on the whole the barbarous treatment of accused and convicted criminals was not greatly improved. In civil cases the practice of the court and of the magistrates was never worse than during the period preceding the Russo-Japanese War. It was, as has already been shown, p. 233f, an orgy of independence. In the opinion of Marquis Ito, when he became Resident General, the primary and most important thing in the interests of the public justice was the discovery, systematizing, and promulgation of the law of the land. But how should this difficult task be accomplished? Or as involving subordinate questions of great importance, upon what foundation of principles should the task be undertaken? In the reforms of 1894–95 the plans of the Korean and Japanese enthusiasts involved the sudden making of all things new. At once, a tolerably complete modern code was to be devised and forced upon the people of Korea. In accordance with these plans an abundance of legislation was enacted, but most of it was, of necessity, ineffective, since it was neither adapted to the present condition of Korean civilization nor ever honestly applied. At the present time in Japan, and in view of the large increase of power given to the Resident General by the Convention of 1907, there is a difference of opinion as to the proper procedure in the reform of the public justice in Korea. A certain party would repeat the mistakes of more than a decade ago. They would have the Japanese Protectorate secure the entire adoption of the new Japanese Criminal Code, and in civil suits provide Korea with an entirely new set of laws patterned after those of modern civilized nations. This would be a comparatively easy matter, so far as the preparation of a code is concerned. But it would undoubtedly be relatively defective so far as the actual reform of justice in Korea is concerned. The Resident General, says Mr. Stevens, is manifestly determined to avoid this mistake, and to provide, in the first place, some adequate means for the enforcement of the law. Meantime, the work of codification is proceeding cautiously. The first step in this work was directed toward the law affecting real estate. This law, namely, the law affecting real estate, has been taken up before all others, because, despite the fact that in the present economic condition of the country immovables form the most important object of ownership, Korea as yet possesses no law of any real efficiency to protect rights relating to real property. For instance, in selling and buying a piece of land or in mortgaging it, the parties concerned have nothing to go by but to follow the old custom of handing over and receiving the bunki, or title deeds, which are generally in the form of a file of documents vouchsafing the transaction. It so happens that the country is now flooded with forged bunkis, and there is really no security for property. For this reason, in July last, 1906, the Resident General caused the Korean government to institute a real property law investigation commission, and urged the investigation of established customs and usages pertaining to immovables, with a view to drafting with the utmost dispatch a law of real property of a simple and concise character. The Commission made rapid progress in its work, and in consequence of this the Land and Buildings Certification Regulations, Imperial Ordinance, and the detailed rules of operation thereof, Justice Department Ordinance, were promulgated respectively on the 31st of October and the 7th of November following. According to the regulations, in the case of transfer of land lots and buildings by sale, exchange, or gift, and in that of mortgaging them, The contracts are certified to by a Kun magistrate or PU prefect, and a contract thus certified constitutes a full legal document, by virtue of which the transfer may be validly carried out without decisions of any law court. When, however, one of the parties to the contract happens to be an alien, not a Korean subject, the document needs to be additionally examined and certified to by a resident, otherwise the document is lacking in legal efficacy. When neither of the parties are Korean subjects, certification by a resident alone is sufficient. Simple as the law is, its effect is far-reaching. To give an instance, originally treaties with Korea took cognizance of a foreigner's right to possess land only within the settlements and 1 RI zone around them, and hitherto all foreigners have experienced considerable difficulty in securing landed property in the interior of the country, but now, the above regulations recognize the right of foreigners to possess land in the interior, and the result of their promulgation is the practical opening of the whole empire to foreigners. Following this line of action, the Real Property Investigation Commission is steadily working on laws of various descriptions, and it is expected that before long that body will be able to recommend some plan to place the land system of Korea on a solid and fair basis. As soon as the real property law is drawn up and promulgated in a perfected form, the codification of other laws will be taken in hand. 78. The necessity for providing means effectively to enforce the existing and the newly to be enacted laws is obvious to anyone who is acquainted with the methods of Korean justice down to the present time. This necessity becomes the more imperative on account of the condition of dissatisfaction and unrest which followed the Russo-Japanese War and the establishment of the Japanese Protectorate over Korea. It was further emphasized and brought to an acute form at the time when the abdication of the emperor and the disbandment of the Korean army, on the one hand, exaggerated the alleged reasons for revolt, and, on the other hand, let loose the forces most ready and appropriate to make revolt effective. The experience in connection with the repeated attempts made to assassinate the Korean ministry showed plainly enough that Korean police and military could not be depended upon to protect the rights or the lives of their own countrymen. Subsequent events showed that these same minions of the law were most dangerous to the property and lives of foreigners. Hence the imperative need of a reorganization of the police. On this matter of reform, the report of the Resident General discourses as follows: in olden times Korea had practically no police system. Under the central government there was indeed the burglar capture office, while the provincial governors were privileged to exercise police powers for the maintenance of peace and order. But the evil practice of selling offices being prevalent, the officials made it their business to extort unjust exactions, and the people enjoyed no security of life and property. In the year 503 of the Korean national era, 1894, the burglar capture office was closed and replaced by a Gyeongmukhyong, police office, the latter being entrusted with the work of administering and superintending the police and prison affairs within the city of Seoul. The capital was then divided into 5 wards with a police station in each. Further, the Korean government engaged advisors from among police inspectors of our Metropolitan Police Board, and put in force various laws and ordinances, defining and regulating the duties of the police force, besides adopting fixed uniforms for men and officers, all in imitation of the Japanese system. At the same time the Gyeongmukhyong was created in the provincial governor's offices, for the exclusive management of local police affairs. Since then numerous changes have followed, and the Japanese police advisors have been dismissed. In 1895 the Gyeongmukhyong was abolished, and a new department of police was established. Then the police administration of the whole country was centralized in the hands of the Minister of Police. This innovation was, however, but short-lived, and the Gyeongmukhyong came to be resuscitated, the whole police system being now placed in the control of the Minister of Home Affairs. At that time, in virtue of her treaty with Korea, Japan not only took her own means of protecting her subjects residing in that country, but dispatched police officials who were required in carrying out her rights connected with her consular courts. Subsequent to the Japan-China War, the number of Japanese resident in Korea steadily increased, and as years went by a similar change took place with regard to the number of our police attached to the consulates, so that the latter had finally to have a regular police station within each consular compound. Thus it happened that by the time of the Russo-Japanese War, Korea had come to have two police systems in force in the land. When the war broke out, Korea engaged Japanese advisors for her police administration, and everything connected therewith, large or small, underwent changes in accordance with their views. At that juncture there was necessity, for military reasons, of introducing into Korea Japanese military police or gendarmerie, so that the country has since come to have simultaneously within her bounds three police organizations, namely, the native police, the Japanese consulate police, and the gendarmerie. On the establishment of the Residency General, after the termination of the war, all three systems were brought under the unified control of the Resident General, in such a manner as to promote the national tranquility of Korea, each supplementing the work of the other. Under the new arrangement, all ordinary police work is placed in the hands either of the Japanese or of the Korean police, to suit the needs of the localities concerned, while the gendarmes are to look after the higher class of police affairs or those relating to acts that tend to endanger the safety of the Korean imperial house, or to defy the authority of the Korean government, or to disturb the friendly relations between Japan and Korea. At one time the gendarmerie was divided into 12 sub-companies, and 55 detail stations were established for them. Under the new regime 184 men have been honorably discharged, having been retained in the service beyond their regular term, or belonging to the reserve. At the same time the number of detail stations was reduced to 32. The need of augmenting the strength of the Japanese and native police being increasingly felt, measures are being steadily taken in this direction within the limits which the circumstances allow. The laws of the land may be enlightened in their construction, and the police thoroughly well organized and efficient, but if the courts of justice are not intelligent and honest, the public justice is not secure. In Korea, as in China, from which country she derived her administrative and judicial system, two principal evil influences have prevented any effectual reform in the judiciary. These are the failure to separate the executive and judiciary branches of government, and the fact that officials generally have not been dependent upon sufficient salaries for their reward, but, chiefly, upon the amounts which could be squeezed out of the offices. The way in which justice has been administrated in Korea, says the report, is too revolting to all sense of decency to be told in detail. Her political development has never yet attained that stage when the executive and judiciary branches of government separate and become independent of each other. The privilege of meting out justice has always been in the hands of executive officials, and abuses have grown up in consequence of this. Justice, which should always be fair and upright, has generally allowed itself to be influenced by the amount of bribe offered, and right or wrong often changed places according to the power and influence of the parties concerned. The conviction of innocent people, the confiscation of their property, and the liberation of the guilty, all under a travesty of trials, have been common occurrences. Very frequently, too, contributions in money or in kind have been extorted under threats of litigation. Korea, indeed, possesses a law court organization by virtue of a law promulgated in 1895, and according to it the courts are of the following descriptions: 1 special court of law, tries crimes committed by members of the imperial family. 2 court of cassation. 3 circuit courts. 4. Seoul, the trade port courts, courts of first resort. 5 district courts, courts of first resort, and their branches, when needed. The truth is, however, that this organization exists merely on paper, the only courts in actual existence being the Court of Cassation and the sole court. In the provinces, the governors, commissioners, and superintendents are, as of old, also judges and hear and judge both civil and criminal cases. The magistrates, too, retain their judiciary powers, which are, however, limited in extent. Even at the independent courts, such as the Court of Cassation and the sole court, judges and prosecutors are men totally deficient in legal knowledge and training, and their judgments often end in the miscarriage of justice. It is not surprising that justice is generally made the object of ridicule and contempt in Korea both by the natives and by foreigners. Treaties give foreigners from the West the right to bring an action against the natives in the Korean courts in cases of a certain description, but none of them has ever made use of such a right. When any legal dispute arises, these foreigners always make an international question of it and bring it before the Residency General. Leave the situation as it at present is, and the day will never come when Korea may be freed from the system of extraterritoriality. It being evident that the chief cause responsible for this regrettable state of things lies in the judiciary in force and the incompetency of judges, the Resident General has decided first to effect reform on these 2 points, with others to follow gradually. The reforms he has already put in practice for this purpose may be outlined as follows, here given only in summary form: the creation of the office of Chief Counselor in the Department of Justice, the incumbent to be a Japanese, increase in the number of judges, procurators, and clerks, the constituting of the prefects of the 11 prefectures to act as judges, provision for proper offices and for the traveling and other expenses of the judges and the law courts, the introduction of rules of the civil service order, so that care may be exercised in the appointment of judiciary officials, etc. It has already been made sufficiently clear, however, that the one instrument of the public justice which comes closest to the common people of Korea, and which determines more than any other the spirit of satisfaction with their condition or of unrest and revolt, is the local magistracy. On the reform of local administration, the report remarks as follows: one thing that has defied satisfactory solution ever since the beginning of the present Yi dynasty is the problem of the political division of Korea. Soon after the Japan-China War, Pak Yong-ho, who was then Minister of Home Affairs, tried a radical change by turning the country into 23 prefectures. It was an innovation indeed, but short-lived, for not long after the country returned practically to its former division of 13 provinces, 1 crown district, 3 prefectures and 341 districts, excepting Hanyang-pu, with a governor for each province, a crown commissioner for the crown district, a magistrate for each district, a prefect for each prefecture, and a superintendent for each open port. Nor has this division seen much change since then. It is true that the question of local administration was one of the many that confronted the Residency General when it set out on its work of politically regenerating Korea. A special commission was instituted, and under the direction of the Resident General its members carried investigations deep into the root of the evils and abuses to be removed. As the result, all changes, sudden and radical, from fear of unnecessarily provoking popular excitement, were carefully avoided. Having in view, however, the new condition of things, the Commission decided on a plan of provincial reforms, which took the form of an imperial ordinance proclaiming a new official organization and detailed rules for its operation. These were issued on the 28th of September last and put in force on the 1st of October. The more detailed features of the reforms proposed are uninteresting and difficult to understand for one not making a special study of Korean local administration from the expert's point of view. In general, the reforms are intended to separate the appointment and control of the local magistracy from court and other corrupt official influences, to put a stop to the evil practice of selling offices by holding examinations for official candidates, to reduce the temptation to increase the squeezes, by increasing the legitimate salary and by providing properly for office, traveling, and other expenses, and to adopt and install a new official organization for the provincial governors and their subordinates, classifying the nature of the business to be managed by them and defining their powers of issuing administrative orders, of levying local taxes and of conducting other affairs. These reforms require a considerable increase in the number of officials in both the do, or province, and pu, or prefecture, but they leave the cons, or smaller districts, substantially unchanged in this regard. Besides the above changes, the Residency General has already established a residency or a branch residency in each of the provincial capitals. Further, the Local Administration Investigation Commission is now making inquiries into village constitutions, village assembly regulations, and other village association systems, handed down from olden times. From the data thus obtained, a plan will be drawn up for the ultimate introduction of the system of local autonomy. As to the reorganization of the law court system, the independence of the Department of Justice, the separation of tax collection from routine executive business as the result of the establishment of a new taxation bureau with a chief of its own, etc., these form, no doubt, a part of local administration reform. Only the result can tell how far, and how soon, these plans for the reform of the public justice in Korea can so change its present deplorable condition in this regard as to satisfy the reasonable wishes of the Marquis Ito, and the Japanese government, so far as it is supporting him in his peaceful and benevolent plans. The events which have occurred since this report on administrative reforms was composed, have, on the one side, given to the Resident General and his helpers a freer hand in a more open field, but on the other they have augmented the responsibilities and in some respects increased the difficulties of their task. Chapter 15 Foreigners and Foreign Relations by the Protocols of February and August, 1904, and still more perfectly by the Convention of November, 1905, Japan became the sole official medium for communication between Korea and all other foreign powers. Indeed, as the history of the relations between the two countries already narrated in summary form abundantly shows, thus much of control over Korean affairs had been demonstrated to be necessary for the welfare of both. But apart from considerations which are fitted to influence the judgment of either Japanese or Koreans, the question arises, how is the protectorate of Japan likely to affect other foreigners in their relations to Korea? At present the foreign interests concerned in the solution of the general problem are chiefly of two orders, they are the interests of trade and commerce, and the missionary interests. The larger diplomatic controversies, except so far as these may possibly arise in adjusting these two classes of interests, have now, it would seem, been satisfactorily arranged for some time to come. The recent treaties concluded between Japan on the one side, and Great Britain, France, and Russia on the other, all expressly guarantee respect for Japan's control over the peninsula. In addition to the arrangement for a sort of reciprocal hands-off from each other's possessions and paramount interests in the Far East, into which France and Russia have entered, Great Britain has pledged her support in defense of the protectorate. All these nations have, moreover, solemnly committed themselves to the maintenance of the integrity of the Empire of China and to the policy of the so-called open door. How unlikely it is, then, that the Japanese government should proceed at once to violate treaty obligations which it has itself been at such pains and expense of men and money to secure, and the maintenance of which, to the satisfaction of its foreign allies, so intimately concerns its own future welfare. These same conventions which confer certain rights upon the Japanese government in Korea just as plainly put this government under certain solemn obligations. The foreign powers have, strictly speaking, no diplomatic corps at Seoul. Their ambassadors and ministers at Tokyo are their representatives for Korea as well as for Japan. All foreign powers are represented by officials residing in the capital city of Korea who have consular functions only. Since, however, such functions must, in general, be exercised on the spot, and since other business can often be transacted only there, with any tolerable degree of convenience, the consuls at Seoul are admitted to correspond with the Residency General and with the various subordinate residencies. Naming them in the order of their seniority, Belgium, China, Great Britain, Russia, France, and the United States are now, in 1907, each represented by a consul general, and Italy by a consul. Where foreign rights of any kind, says Mr. Stevens, who in saying this speaks both as advisor to the Korean Council of State and also as counselor to the Resident General, are threatened or molested, it is the duty of the Japanese government to furnish safeguards or to provide a remedy. The Japanese government has the right to employ for that purpose all the machinery which the laws of Korea place in its hands, and it would seem logically to follow, also, that where such means prove inadequate, it is the right, as well as the duty, of the Japanese government to insist that the deficiency shall be supplied by appropriate legislation or by such other method as may be reasonable and just under the circumstances. It does not follow from this, however, that either the rights of the Japanese government allow, or their obligations compel, it to go to any length demanded by foreign businessmen, or concessionaires, or even by foreign missionaries, in promoting their real or fancied interests, or in redressing their fancied as well as their real wrongs. There are plainly limits to be observed in meeting demands and requests of this character. It may be the duty of the Japanese government, for example, to secure and defend all the mining and other concessions made to foreigners which can prove themselves to have been honestly obtained and administered in substantial accord with the initial contract. Inasmuch as few concessions of any sort among those obtained from the last emperor can stand the test of honesty, or even of tolerable freedom from corruption, it will doubtless be well for the Japanese government not to be over-scrupulous or too curiously inquiring in many cases. But it certainly is not its duty to allow the imperial treasury to be plundered ad libitum by contracts made, and concessions obtained, through combinations of corrupt Korean officials with greedy and unscrupulous foreigners. Again, it may be the duty of the Japanese government to protect a certain freedom of the press, in the case of publications owned and managed by foreigners, even if printed in the vernacular and distributed widely among the more ignorant and excitable of the native population. It is certainly greatly to the credit of the Japanese officials to have borne so quietly the slanderous and abusive attacks upon their government of one such publication in Seoul. But surely there may be a limit here also. Undoubtedly that limit was reached, when the vernacular edition of this publication excited the natives to sedition, revolt, and assassination, especially at so critical a juncture in the national affairs as occurred during the spring and summer of 1907. Possibly, there is also a limit beyond which misrepresentation and falsehood directed against individuals not connected with the government ought not to be allowed to pass. 79. It must also be remembered that the success of the Residency General in the economic, educational, and judicial reform of Korea depends largely upon husbanding and developing the resources of Korea. In all this, Mr. Megata, the financial advisor, has been the right-hand man of Marquis Ito, the Resident General. If these resources are squandered, or conceded in such a way as to deprive the Korean government and the Korean people of the natural wealth of their own land, then the plans for every kind of reform will be crippled, if not wholly thwarted. To encourage legitimate business with all nations is for the advantage of both the Japanese and the Korean governments. Such a policy is directly in the line of Marquis Ito's intentions for the reform and uplifting of the economic condition of the peninsula. No one person would suffer so severely in mind and in reputation as would the Resident General himself if this policy failed through any fault of his own or of his country's administration in Korea. But, on the other hand, to check the evil consequences of illegitimate schemes of promotion already accomplished, and to prevent the initiation of such schemes in the future, is an equally necessary part of this policy. On the whole subject of the attitude of the Japanese government toward foreign business interests in Korea, the following lengthy quotations may be considered as authoritative. The foreign trade of Korea has been steadily increasing, especially during the past 6 years. Making due allowance for the increase of imports brought about by the war, the proportion of normal increase gives every sign of healthy growth. Japan's trade is much the largest. Korean exports go almost exclusively to Japan, except ginseng, which is sent to China. Of the imports from Japan, a large proportion are foreign, as Japan is put down in the customs returns as the country from which the importation was made, the country of origin not being given. As Japan is the place of transshipment for much of the trade, and as much of it passes through Japanese hands, it would be difficult to differentiate. There are certain important staples, however, concerning which there can be no ambiguity. American kerosene, for example, which practically monopolizes the market. Rails and railway equipment also come from foreign countries, the cars and engines from the United States. As Korea increases in wealth and her purchasing capacity grows correspondingly, there will be a field for other machinery, modern farming implements among the rest, no doubt. American and European enterprise has not been so conspicuous in the field of ordinary commercial enterprise as in other directions. Concessions of one kind and another have attracted more attention than trade and commerce. The most conspicuous and successful undertaking of this kind is the Oriental Consolidated Mining Company at Unsan in northern Korea, originally American. Now it is generally understood to be largely English in ownership. This was the first mining concession ever granted to foreigners in Korea. His Majesty the Emperor was originally a half-owner in the company, but sold out his interest for 300,000 yen and a payment of 25,000 yen per annum. The company's concession covers a large area, and the capital is $5 million, American money. At the outset the enterprise did not look very promising, but by skillful management it grew until it reached its present important proportions. It would probably be idle to attempt an analysis of the advantages and disadvantages to Korea of enterprises of this kind. Certainly, if there are any advantages, the Unsan concession should be a favorable example. That it has been of great advantage to Korea is at least an open question. On the one side, in its favor, may be set the large amounts annually expended by the company in wages, etc. This is undoubtedly a good thing while it lasts, but gold mines are exhausted sooner or later, and the benefits they confer are only temporary. The abandoned mining sites in America, no matter how prosperous in their day, can hardly be instanced as examples of prosperity for the people of the country in which they are located, who are not owners of successful mines. Against this, and other like enterprises, may be cited, for one thing, the disadvantage of the wholesale destruction of timber. The country about Unsan has been practically denuded of timber, and in an agricultural country like Korea this is undoubtedly an evil. This much has been said of the effects of the operations of a successful company, conducted on a conservative basis, merely to show that the advantages of the development of Korean resources about which so much has been said, are not unmixed blessings. The matter is of some importance in the light of all that has been published of late upon the subject. English and German companies each obtained a mining concession, but neither proved financially successful. Japanese also obtained one concession, in which American capital is at present interested. The system of granting mining concessions was open to so many objections that foreign representatives frequently importuned the Korean government to issue mining regulations under which the mineral resources of the country could be systematically developed. Nothing was done, however, until after the establishment of the Residency General, when a mining law was passed. This law provides for mining under proper safeguards as regards public and private interests. Under the old system, or rather lack of system, the concessionaire could do practically what he pleased within the limits of his concession. Now he must conform to laws and regulations which permit him to carry on his business under conditions which promote the interests and conserve the rights of all concerned. The business methods which have developed in Korea since intercourse with foreigners began are the natural outgrowth of the circumstances and of the practices prevailing before that time. Reference is not here intended to ordinary commercial transactions, but to that species of business which has its rise in government favors and thrives by government patronage. In a country where the government is the fountainhead of favors of every description, it was perhaps inevitable that the results should be those which we see in Korea. Viewed from the most favorable standpoint, they certainly leave much to be desired. The government, or, as has really been the actual fact, the emperor, has been persuaded to enter into a number of business enterprises, both public and private, not a single one of which has been successful and every one of which has been the occasion of loss either to the public treasury or to His Majesty's privy purse. Undertakings of various kinds, wooden manufactories, glass factories, railways, etc. have been projected, but have gone no further than the stage of involving the employment of foreign directors, assistants, and the like, and have stopped there. Sometimes foreign experts have been employed who were really capable of conducting the business for which their services were secured. They have come to Korea, only to discover that no preparations have been made to carry on the enterprises with which they were to be connected. In other cases, the persons engaged to oversee the projected enterprises have been notoriously incompetent, and the whole affair has smacked largely of fraud from beginning to end. It would require too much space to recount the various undertakings of a public nature which have been attempted and have ignominiously failed. The result has been monotonously the same in every instance, namely, the payment by the Korean government of large sums of money for useless material and for services never rendered. Another source of heavy loss has been the contracts made on behalf of the government for all sorts of things: rice that was never needed, arms and ammunition which were worthless, railroad material which was never delivered, and so on through the long list of wasteful expenditure of the public funds. It is something hardly capable of direct proof, but there is no reasonable doubt that almost every one of these enterprises had its inspiration in the desire for illicit gain by one or another of the officials interested. The explanation of the foreigners interested may be summed up in the phrase, "That is the way business is done in Korea." The empire has been the happy hunting ground for the foreign businessman not over-scrupulous as to the methods by which money was to be made. Equally, it has held out golden opportunities to the promoter and hunter for concessions. This does not include those foreigners who are willing to take the chances of success and the pecuniary risks inseparable from enterprises like mining, for example, but that other class of promoters who desire to get something for nothing, and then sell it to others. The gentlemen who have so much to say about enlisting foreign capital in the development of Korea's resources will generally be found upon investigation to be prepared only to enlist someone else's capital. The promoter has his uses, no doubt, and, as a pioneer in new fields, unquestionably accomplishes good in some cases. Unfortunately, in Korea the results of his activities can hardly be classed in this category. Especially is this true of those enterprises with which His Majesty has been most prominently identified as an investor. As before said, they have invariably resulted in heavy losses to the privy purse. Various explanations have been given for this, but the fact remains and cannot be disputed. Others have prospered, but so far as His Majesty is concerned, the balance has always been on the debit side of the ledger. If it were necessary to multiply instances of the injury done to the economic interests of the Korean people, and of the difficulty of adjusting in any half-satisfactory way the claims of foreign promoters and concessionaires, it could easily be done upon good evidence. But mention of a few such instances only with the suppression of names and details, for obvious reasons will suffice to convince the reader, however patriotic in such matters, who has even the semblance of a candid mind. Prominent among examples is that of a foreign company of contractors, who have obtained from the Korean government a variety of claims, such as public utility franchises, and a mining concession. Of the former, one franchise had cost the privy purse of the Korean emperor not less than 600,000 yen up to 1902, and when it was sold to satisfy a mortgage held by these same contractors, although Mr. J. McLevy Brown, at the time Commissioner General of Customs, who had been appointed to audit the accounts, recommended that items aggregating 1,100,000 yen should be disallowed, and gave his judgment to the effect that foreclosure would be a grave injustice to His Majesty, the latter was induced to buy one half of the property at 750,000 yen. The whole of the same property not long before had been offered at 800,000 yen. This public utility still fails to yield $1 in dividends to the royal investor. Another franchise of this same company has been sold, without any investment of capital on their part, to an English company for £15,000 cash and £50,000 in fully paid up ordinary shares. Under the apparent impression that they have even yet not sufficiently profited from the privy purse of the emperor and the national treasury of this poverty-stricken land, the same company is bringing all possible influence to bear in order to validate their claims to a mining concession. With regard to this last claim, which is still contested, it is enough for our purposes to say that it was surreptitiously obtained, that the stipulation which required a capital of $1 million fully paid up at the time of incorporation has been violated, and that the provision which guarantees that no other mining concession should be made to anyone, native or foreign, until these concessionaires had made their choice, is plainly contra bonos mores. Moreover, negotiations have been entered into by this company for the sale of this concession to another foreign syndicate. The mining claim of these foreign promoters, although it has not yet been wholly adjusted, is, indeed, a cause célèbre on account of the large sums involved, but it only illustrates a special combination of the elements which are found, with a difference of mixture, in all the cases of this general character. There was the foolish and wanton emperor, who has little intelligent care for the material or other interests of his people, the crafty and corrupt Koreans, officials and ex-officials, the land rich in unexplored and undeveloped resources, and the enterprising foreigner, unscrupulous as to his methods and ready to utilize either truly or falsely his alleged influence with the officials of his own government. Another case, in which all the participants were Koreans with the exception of one foreigner, has also been charged to the account of the Japanese government on the debit side. This foreigner, having put forth the claim to be a mining engineer, he was in truth only a miner, a so-called 3 yen a day man, associated himself with a Korean, popularly known as Pak the Liar, and through the latter obtained the assistance at court of a powerful official and his friends. A company was formed, which obtained from the emperor an elaborate document of the franchise sort, giving them the exclusive right to find coal oil where no coal oil was, to bottle mineral water from springs which have no valuable qualities to their water, and to export coal which was totally unfit for export. Appeals were constantly made, and answered, for funds to further this enterprise, until His Majesty became tired, and the whole affair was wound up. This was done by paying the foreigner 12,000 yen claimed as back pay. He then departed to his native land to complain that the Japanese were inimical to the investment of foreign capital in Korea. The net result was a few thousand tons of coal taken from one small mine sold, but the proceeds never accounted for, an expenditure from the privy purse variously estimated at from 300,000 yen to 400,000 yen, and the enrichment of certain Korean officials and ex-officials. For all this Mr. Megata, the Japanese financial advisor, had to provide the money. The Poo company itself never had any money to put into its promoting schemes. That the charge of favoring their own countrymen in the matter of concessions and monopolies, which has been somewhat freely made abroad against the Japanese government in Korea, is not justifiable, the following proof may be cited. At some time between January 15 and January 29 of 1905, Mr. Yi Chae-kook, then Minister of the Imperial Household of Korea, recognized and signed no fewer than 23 concessions granted to one Yi Chik, a Korean, and his 4 Japanese associates. These concessions included the consolidation of taxation on land, the utilization of the waterways for various purposes, and state monopolies of tobacco, salt, kerosene, etc. Imperial orders were secretly given to the same Yi to raise a foreign loan of several million yen for the purpose of detecting the secrets of the military headquarters stationed in Korea, as well as of the Tokyo government, and to make reports about them. 80 These iniquitous transactions in which Koreans and Japanese were concerned were made, when discovered, the occasion of a memorandum of protest. This memorandum reminded the Korean government and court that they have often been unfaithful to the general plan of administrative reform, based upon the compact made between Korea and Japan, by granting to foreigners various important concessions in secret ways. With a view of putting an end to any further recurrence of such complications, an express agreement was entered into, August, 1904, by which it was stipulated that, in case of granting concessions to foreigners, or of making contracts with foreigners, the imperial governments should first be informed and consulted with. The memorandum then goes on to express profound regret that His Majesty and his court had attempted by these concessions, in defiance of this provision, a breach of faith. Then follows the demand upon the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Korea to take the following steps. 1. The Minister for Foreign Affairs, after stating to His Majesty the above facts and reasons, shall announce in a most public way under the imperial order that the concessions above mentioned are null and void, as they have failed to observe the provisions of the agreement between Korea and Japan. 2. It shall also be most publicly announced under the imperial order that, in any case of granting concessions to foreigners, either the Korean government or the court shall first consult with the imperial government. This memorandum bears date of July 11, 1905. But this instance of the most decisive steps taken by the Japanese government to prevent its own subjects from profiting by secret and corrupt alliance with Korean officials, for the obtaining of concessions and contracts, is by no means an isolated one. In truth, the Japanese protectorate is more severe in dealing with such cases where Japanese are concerned, than where other foreigners have the chief interests. And repeatedly has the Resident General assured his own countrymen that they must expect no favors in business schemes for exploiting Korea to their own advantage, but to the injury of the Koreans themselves. Indeed, he has publicly declared to all such Japanese, "You have me for your enemy." More recently, effective measures have been enacted and put into force to make impossible the recurrence of the old-time ways of robbing Korea by schemes for promoting her business enterprises and by secret ways of obtaining concessions. Among such measures is the safeguarding of the imperial black seal, the emperor's private seal, which could formerly be used to plunder the treasury without the knowledge or consent of its legalized guardians, or even of the emperor himself. Under the new regulations, the Black Seal cannot be legally used except with the knowledge and attestation of the Minister of the Household and his imperial treasurer. Among the other foreign relations into which Japan has entered, to substitute for Korea, is the protection of Korean emigrants. Although Korea needs, and can for a long time to come support, all its own natural increase of native population, and several millions of foreign immigrants besides, the complete lack of opportunity for getting ahead in their native land caused a considerable exodus of her own population some 6 or 7 years ago. At the instance of an American, about 8,000 Korean men and 400 Korean women emigrated to Hawaii. In 1905 a Mexican prevailed upon 1,300 natives to go to Mexico. This experience led the Korean government, in April 1905, to issue an order prohibiting the emigration of Korean laborers. Under the Japanese protectorate, however, in July 1906, an emigrant protection law, with detailed rules for its operation, was enacted, which came into force on the 15th of September of the same year. With regard to all foreign relations with Korea, whether of legitimate business, of commerce, or of emigration, the civilized world is undoubtedly much better off now that their custody is in the hands of the Japanese Residency General. In our judgment the same thing is true of those moral and religious interests represented by the missionary bodies already established, or to be established in the future, in the Korean Peninsula. This is not, indeed, the opinion of all the missionaries themselves. As regards the whole subject of the effect of the protectorate upon mission work past, present, and future there is a difference of opinion among the missionaries themselves. As to the attitude of Marquis Ito there can be no reasonable doubt. His expressions of feeling and intention have been frequently mentioned in the earlier chapters of this book. The missionary problem will be discussed, apart, in a later chapter. As to the general feeling of the Koreans themselves toward foreigners, the following quotations are believed to express the truth. Since the inauguration of foreign intercourse the anti-foreign feeling of which the Taiwankon was so prominent an exponent, appears to have died out. Possibly it may linger still in the minds of some of the old-fashioned Confucian scholars, but not to any appreciable extent. Formerly it was, no doubt, possible to excite the people against foreigners for slight cause, but exhibitions of anti-foreign sentiment in recent times appear to have been officially instigated, as, for example, the massacre of the French missionaries and their converts, for which the Taiwankon is held responsible. More intimate intercourse with the representatives of Western civilization, and especially missionary labor which has been so genuinely successful, seem to have eliminated anything like a general feeling of dislike for foreigners. The case of the Japanese stands by itself in this regard. Much has been written of the ancient hatred of Koreans for Japanese. Traces of that feeling may linger, but that it is an ineradicable national trait, as some would seem to hold, hardly seems possible. Koreans and Japanese have lived together in complete amity and good fellowship in the past, and there is no good reason why they should not live side by side on the best of terms in the future. Certainly none in the sentiment of dislike on one side, for the origin of which we must go back nearly 3 centuries. The practical difficulty, the dislike which really counts, is of more modern origin. Korea and Japan have been jostled together, as it were, by 2 wars in recent times, and the weaker of the 2 has suffered a circumstance to be regretted, no doubt, but still inevitable. Korea has experienced some of the evils which follow in war's train, and while they were not nearly so disastrous as has been represented, they have left a feeling of dislike and distrust for those who are held responsible. This was to have been expected and counted upon. For the remedy we must await the wider and more intelligent comprehension of the real meaning of the new order of things. When it is finally understood that even-handed justice is the rule, that the life and property of every man, no matter how humble, are safe under the law, and that the presence of the alien does not mean licensed extortion and oppression, we shall not hear anything more of that racial hatred upon which so much stress has been laid. Chapter 16 Wrongs, real and fancied. Among the many embarrassments encountered by Marquis Ito as Japanese Resident General in his efforts to reform and elevate Korea, there is perhaps no one more persistent and hard to overcome than the charges of fraud and violence made against his own countrymen. These charges come from various sources and are promulgated in a variety of ways. Sometimes they take the form of a book as, For example, Mr. Hulbert's passing of Korea. For months the Korean Daily News, under the editorship of Mr. Bethel, in both its native and its English editions, filled its daily columns with complaints, wearisomely reiterated after they had been repeatedly disproved, or made anew on insufficient grounds and even without any trustworthy evidence whatever. In scarcely less degree, the same thing has been true of certain English papers printed outside of Korea, especially in China. More effective still in producing an impression abroad, but not more trustworthy, have been the published letters of many travelers and newspaper correspondents. Conspicuous among the latter class was the letter of Mr. William T. Ellis to the New York Tri-Weekly Tribune, in which it was stated that, under the then existing Japanese government, robbery, abuse, oppression, injustice, and even murder are the lot of the Korean common people. 81 Most deplorable 82 of all are the hasty and inconsiderate charges believed on exaggerated or wholly false accounts of the Koreans themselves, and propagated by the relatively small body of missionaries who have remained for reasons to be considered subsequently in an attitude of open or secret hostility to the Japanese protectorate. The charges against the Japanese of violence and fraud in Korea may be divided into 4 classes, those which are important and true, those which are trivial and only partly true, those which are exaggerated, and those which are wholly false. Of the first kind there are a few only, of the second there are many, of the third there are even a greater number, and of the fourth there are not a few. In judging the conduct of the Japanese government and its officials of all ranks and classes, as distinguished from the conduct of adventurous and unscrupulous individual Japanese, the material and social condition of affairs in the peninsula during and immediately after the Russo-Japanese War cannot fairly be left out of the account. One complaint brought by its most unsympathetic critics against the government is that it did not foresee the influx of undesirable characters into Korea during the war and make sufficient provision for their control. But precisely the opposite of this complaint is true. The military and other coolies and camp followers had given much trouble and embarrassment to the Japanese officials in the war with China. Accordingly, the military authorities determined at the beginning of the war with Russia to avoid such complications by composing the military train wholly of enlisted men. Thus many recruit students, professional men, and tradesmen who did not come up to the standard set for the soldier, or who were not ready for service in the ranks, served as cart pullers, burden bearers, and in other laborious and humble ways. The conduct of the army, and of the enlisted men generally, in Korea and Manchuria, was so admirable as to call out the quite unexampled approval of all candid observers. Looting was almost absolutely prevented, the extremely rare cases of rape were punished with death as soon as the offense was proved, violence or insult toward all non-combatants was of rare occurrence, and the treatment of the Russian prisoners of war evoked the gratitude of the prisoners themselves. In all these respects, the difference between the Japanese and the Chinese and Russians was indeed remarkable. At the beginning of the war the Tokyo government, perceiving that the civil authorities in Korea were already overburdened with labors consequent upon the great influx of Japanese, many of them belonging to the lower classes, proposed a bill to establish new courts and an increased force of police. In the pressure of important business connected with the life or death struggle in which Japan was then engaged, the bill did not pass. A police advisor to the Korean government was, however, appointed. What must have been the complete incompetency of the Korean magistrates and police at such a time of confusion may be faintly imagined by one who, like the author, has seen how ineffectively they still discharged their functions, for the protection of their own officials and for the maintenance of order in the country, at the time of his visit in the spring of 1907. It would have been strange, then, if anything approaching an even-handed justice through the courts, or a complete condition of order by fear of the police, could have been secured in Korea in 1904 and 1905. No such justice or order has ever existed in this land of misrule. Japan secured it during the occupation of war, so far as its own enlisted men were concerned, but its rights as protector were not fully gained and defined until after the close of the war. Among the most serious of the charges which are important and, in certain instances, true, is that made against the military authorities for the appropriation of lands for military and railway uses, to an unreasonable extent, and in unfair ways. There can be no question, says Mr. D. W. Stevens, that at the outset the military authorities in Korea did intimate an intention of taking more land for these uses than seemed reasonable. They proceeded upon the principle that the Korean government had bound itself to grant all land necessary for railway and military uses, and itself to indemnify the owners, an assumption which was technically correct. But the owners, knowing the custom of their own government under such circumstances, were hopeless of obtaining anything like adequate redress. This, it should be remembered, happened during the war, when martial law was in the ascendant. When peace came, other counsels prevailed, the intention to appropriate additional large tracts was abandoned, and the amount staked off for military purposes was greatly reduced, was, indeed, in several instances, made only a fraction of the original amount. For all the domain granted or appropriated by the Korean government there has already accrued to the country, in transportation facilities and other economic and political advantages, far more than its actual value at the time of its granting or appropriation. For the private land owned by Koreans a fair price was paid in the majority of cases. The prohibition of the owners within the delimited areas to sell their lands and houses was designed to prevent prior purchase by speculators and other indirect attempts to obtain extravagant prices. The military authorities, under the pressure of what they regarded as necessity, solved these difficulties in the military way, a way that certainly does not commend itself to civilians in times of peace, but which has been employed too often by all the other civilized nations to enable them to cast stones freely at the Japanese. Even by these high-handed measures they could not avoid, in certain cases, paying much more for land owned by foreigners than it was really worth. 83 It must further be confessed that a considerable number of Japanese sharpers, for the most part usurious money lenders, have obtained land from Koreans in unjust and oppressive ways. This species of robbery is made the more difficult to detect and punish for the following reasons: the Korean customs and laws concerning the transference of titles to land are inadequate and confusing. For this reason, some of the landed property belonging to other foreigners than the Japanese, and even to the missionary bodies, would have no little difficulty in establishing title. The Koreans are given to issuing false and forged deeds, or in their ignorance claiming title and conferring title where no such right exists. Finally, in numerous instances, both Korean or foreign squatters, CP 295F, and the government or some of its officials are asserting, either honestly or fraudulently, their holding of good title to the same piece of land. On all this class of offenses we may trust implicitly the statement of the foreign official, an American, whose duty has led him to examine into a large number of these cases. The theft of land by eviction, false deeds, etc., says this authority, is another offense upon which great stress has been laid. Undoubtedly there were a number of cases of this kind, although here again exaggeration has been at work. The commonest instances were those where money lenders were concerned, and, in these cases, as in almost all others of the kind, Koreans were associated in some way or other with the frauds which were perpetrated. A spendthrift son or nephew would give false title deeds, or even pawn the genuine ones without authority. A Korean rascal would conspire with the Japanese of the same kidney to defraud other Koreans, and so on through the long gamut of fraud wherein Korean connivance was an indispensable prerequisite to success. The offenses relating to land have now been rendered practically impossible through the promulgation of land regulations by the Residency General. In a word, offenses of this kind committed by the Japanese against the Koreans, however numerous and grievous they may have been, have proved short-lived, they were formerly due to the disturbed conditions of a period of war, and will now speedily be brought to an end. Summing them all up, and even without making allowance for exaggerations, the cry of the Koreans against the Japanese on the charge of fraud and oppression touching their land is only as a drop to a good-sized bucket compared with the cry of the Irish against the English, or of the Koreans themselves against their own countrymen. The wrongs are small indeed as compared with those which have characterized the behavior of Americans against Americans in our own West. 84 of brutal and murderous assaults from Japanese upon Korean men and women. There are indeed instances, but the cases prove on examination to have been by no means frequent. They have been, on the whole, fewer than such crimes are accustomed to be between peoples of two nations similarly placed. Indeed, they have been fewer than those occurring today between different classes and different nationals in many of the civilized countries of the Western world. They bear no comparison to the horrors which have for centuries been familiar in most of the Orient, including Korea itself. Wholesale military executions, for example, of the Koreans who tore up the track of the military railroad have been charged against the Japanese as virtually murders. But during the entire war there was never a single instance of what is known as drumhead court-martial of a Korean for such an offense. After the trial, the evidence in each case was transmitted to the headquarters at Seoul, where the case was confirmed, modified, or reversed. The Japanese military authorities consented to have a Korean official present at each trial as an amicus curiae of the defendant, but the Korean government declined to be represented and claimed that all such cases should be tried before their own officials only. What would have been the outcome of such a committal of the most vital military interests of Japan to Korean magistrates it needs no great amount of experience to judge. A Korean, for example, who had been arrested by a Japanese gendarme and taken before a native magistrate was duly punished for throwing a stone at the railway. But on his being rearrested and tried before a military court, it was established that the man had been repeatedly convicted of piling stones upon the track with a view to wreck the trains conveying the Japanese soldiers, whereupon the sentence of the military court was confirmed from headquarters and the man was quite properly executed. Of the killing of Koreans, unprovoked and without the excuse of self-defense, by Japanese, there have been at no time any considerable number of cases. Indeed, the murders of men and women of the other nationality, while in the quiet discharge of their official duty or in their homes, have been far more numerous. This was especially true while the country was stirred to riot and bloodshed by the abdication of the emperor in July, 1907, and by the disbandment of the Korean army, when mistaken or feigned patriotism was showing itself in the customary Korean way. But that there is nothing new about all this, a reference to chapters which have sketched, 9 and X, the history of the relations of the countries in the past centuries will abundantly show. Of serious and unprovoked assaults of Koreans by Japanese there have been, doubtless, a considerable number. It would be impossible to tell just how many, even as a result of the most patient and candid investigation, if for no other reason, because the Korean habit of exaggeration and lying renders almost all the uncorroborated testimony of the natives untrustworthy. This experience with official lying to cover their own countrymen against the demands of foreigners for justice, or to enforce indemnity in cases of false charges made against foreigners for assault on Koreans, is not confined to the Japanese. It is the common experience with all Korean judicial procedure. 85 Among the more serious unproved charges against Japanese officials was that of torturing Korean prisoners by Japanese gendarmes at the time of the so-called cleansing of the palace. Mr. Hulbert published this charge and specified, on the authority of numerous witnesses, the exact character of the torture, namely, by a kind of iron instrument designed to squeeze the head. Immediately Marquis Ito took up the matter and sent a messenger to Mr. Hulbert to express his earnest desire to probe the matter thoroughly, and his intention, in case the charge was proved, to punish the offenders severely. This request implied, as a matter of course, the pledge of protection to the witnesses, and Mr. Hulbert agreed to furnish the evidence. But when this could not be done, the excuse was first offered that the witnesses were afraid to come forward, and next, the numerous witnesses resolved themselves into one person, who had gone into the country. When still further pressed to furnish the promised evidence, the story of the iron head rack was altogether abandoned, and for it was substituted the charge that a certain eunuch had been arrested and beaten by the police. But this, if it occurred, is only according to the Korean custom of judicial procedure, still to be allowed, after the torture of criminals had been legally abolished under Japanese influence. Nevertheless, this confessedly false charge was afterward included in a pamphlet by the same authority as another instance of Japanese outrages in Korea. 86 of rudeness and petty assaults. The Koreans have, no doubt, had much to endure at the hands of the coolies and other low-class Japanese. But not so much as the Burmese and East Indians have had to endure from the British soldier and petty official in their own homeland, or the Chinese and Japanese on the Pacific coast of the United States, and, probably, not more than the Japanese themselves during the earlier days of the entrance of foreigners into Japan. While the atrocious treatment of the natives by the Belgians in Africa, by the French in Madagascar, by the Russians in many parts of Asia, is as midnight darkness to twilight or full dawn when compared with anything done to Koreans of late years by the Japanese. In order to understand, but not to excuse, this harsh and bullying attitude of the foreigner toward the native, two things need to be borne in mind. The first is this: Korea has never been a land where the common people have been treated with any decency, not to say respect. In the old days, the days to change which the Japanese government is planning and doing more than any other human agency, the attendance of officials beat every commoner who came within their reach. This was as a matter of course, it was an evidence, not much resented by the people, of the superiority of their master. Lieutenant Folk describes how, when he was traveling in the country, his chair coolies on approaching an inn would accelerate their pace and, rushing into the yard at the top of their speed, would begin to belabor everyone in sight. In 1885, says Mr. Stevens, I was riding through the streets of Seoul on official business. Among my attendants were several policemen armed with the many thonged whips carried in those days. The policemen slashed with these at the curious who pressed around the chair, regardless of where the blows fell. One old woman, lashed in the face until the blood came, still pressed forward when the policeman had passed, eager to see the foreigner close at hand, and apparently regarding the blows as a matter of course. Today such cruelty is in no respect rare among the amiable Koreans. Indeed, without something of this kind, it is difficult in the country for the traveler, whether native or foreigner, to get anything done. During the first 2 days, says Mr. Henry Norman 87, I was greatly annoyed by my mupus, whom I could not get along at all. At the midday halt they would lie about for a couple of hours, and in the morning it was 2 or 3 hours after I was up before I could get them to start. On the third morning I lost my temper, and going into their room, I kicked them one after the other into the yard. This was evidently what they expected, for they set to work immediately. Unless they were kicked they could not believe the hurry was real. Afterward, by a similar procedure, I started whenever I wished. Again, Mr. Angus Hamilton, after bringing a railing accusation against the Japanese for their bullying methods with the Koreans, recommends that the Korean interpreter be flogged if he suggests the employment of too many servants, asserts that an occasional kick is helpful to convert the Korean into a willing if unintelligent servant, and closes his book with the frank narrative of his falling into a blind rage and taking vengeance right and left because of his disappointment over the defeat of a scheme for an exploring and sporting trip to the northern part of the peninsula. 88 The second consideration to which reference was made brings out the more humorous side of the picture. In Korea it makes a great difference, not only whose ox is gored, but who gores the ox. Small favors of the kind which are received uncomplainingly, almost gratefully from their own officials, and even from other friends, are by no means just now received in the same way from the Japanese. Of this fact Dr. Gale gives an admirable description. It is that of a Korean lounging along in the middle of the road and smoking the pipe of contemplative abstraction, a habit indulged in by almost all Koreans in the most inconvenient places. A Japanese jinrickshaw man pushes him rudely to one side, and not being at all firm upon his legs, he goes sprawling on the ground, Conk P 172F. Eyes raised to heaven, he calls upon the skies to fall, for the end of all things has come. But, says the passing stranger, a missionary pushed you out of the way yesterday, another foreigner beat you the day before, your own people have always kicked and cuffed you. Yes, yes, but a Japanese. Only think of it, a Japanese. Among the partially true, but greatly exaggerated, charges of petty oppression and injustice must be classed the claim that the labor on the Japanese military railway was enforced by personal cruelties and paid for at unfair prices. Again, it must be remembered that the prompt conclusion of this work was a military necessity of the first importance. In the rush and confusion which accompanied its execution, it would have been strange if there had not been cases of harsh treatment of laborers by the Japanese subcontractors. Where an appeal, accompanied by trustworthy evidence, was taken to the higher authorities, it was possible to obtain redress in almost every instance. But there was another class of cases where it was almost impossible to secure anything like decent reparation. These were chiefly under the management of the Koreans themselves. Concerning such cases, the statement of an authority, made on grounds of personal knowledge, is quoted below. Complaints came from various sources, all of the same tenor. Laborers living long distances from the railway were compelled to come to work at wages which hardly paid for their food. Yet at this time the authorities were paying wages much higher than any that could be earned by these men in other occupations. As the laborers could not appeal, or did not appeal, directly to the military authorities, but usually waited until their return home to repeat the story of their wrongs, it was difficult to ascertain the truth. Whenever an investigation was possible, however, it was usually discovered that the ill treatment was due to a combination between interpreters, subcontractors, and local officials. The subcontractors had to have men, and, either through interpreters or directly, would make contracts with the local officials to supply a certain number of laborers. These were almost invariably secured 1 or 2 days' journey from the railway line, as it would not do to attract too much attention by interfering with the people living near the railway. The laborers would be compelled to work for about 1/4 of the wages really paid, and the balance would be divided between the interpreters and local officials. In certain cases the people were allowed exemption from this drafting system upon the payment of ransom, estimated upon the basis of the number of men which they had been asked to supply. Only recently an officer, who during the war had charge of the construction of an important section of the Seoul-Waju line, related a case of this kind. He was paying $1.30, Korean money, as a day's wages. The men were well treated, and food was cheap and abundant. Still there was constant trouble on account of insufficient supply of labor, the reason for which the closest investigation failed to reveal. But only a few months ago, more than 2 years, that is, after the experience, the officer met a man who explained the reason. It seemed that the Korean governor of the province had an arrangement with the interpreters which was mutually profitable even when laborers were not actually procured for the work. The operations were carried on over a large extent of territory distant, as was customary, several days' journey from the railway. As many laborers as could be induced, or forced, to come, were paid 35 cents a day, the conspirators pocketing the balance. In the majority of cases where the people preferred to purchase exemption, these precious rascals collected considerable sums. And, of course, the military authorities got all the blame, as all this was done in their name. Sometimes the subcontractors assisted by sending out parties, Korean and Japanese, armed with swords and pistols, for the purpose of intimidating the unwilling or the recalcitrant. On several occasions condign punishment was inflicted for offenses of this kind, but as actual violence was very rarely committed and the intimidation was carried on quietly, where it could not easily be discovered, it was difficult to secure convincing proof against the culprits. Fair-minded persons, familiar with the facts, know that the military authorities did all that could have reasonably been asked to put a stop to such practices, but, occurring during a time of war, many of these irregularities were of a nature which it was difficult wholly to prevent. That officers in the field and at headquarters were always ready to listen to complaints and, so far as lay in their power, to rectify wrongs, is an indisputable fact. The reputation of the Japanese army, civil government, and the people generally has suffered more from the long-standing and the more recent relations between Japan and Korea than is customary elsewhere under similar circumstances. This is due partly to inexperience and over self-confidence on their own part, but also in larger measure to the untrustworthy and corrupt witness of the Korean officials and to the ignorance and credulity of the Korean people, most of all, however, to the prejudiced or malignant, untrue reports of certain foreigners. During the occupation and transit of the Japanese army in the late war, the charges of cruelty and injustice on its part were not confined to the construction and service of the military railway. While the commissary department was paying to the Korean contractors the full market price for provisions and other supplies, the contractors were compelling the Korean people to furnish the supplies, either without pay or at greatly reduced rates. From time immemorial, the people of Korea have been accustomed to have their rice, chickens, ponies, and service, levied upon by their own officials. In the present case they, as a matter of course, attributed the same manner of getting what you want by taking what you see, to the Japanese. 89 Ignorance of the Korean language and customs is another fruitful source of bad repute for the Japanese. Even now, in the city of Seoul, the Japanese who blunders into the women's quarters, or even into their too near vicinity, in the discharge of his duty to collect a bill, to make an inspection or a report of some official character, or to inquire his way, is liable to be charged with an intent to commit rape or some other form of assault. The Japanese collector of taxes, or customs, or the Japanese policeman who protects the obnoxious Korean official, or even the unpatriotic cabinet minister, is a particular object of Korean falsehood and hatred. But all these complaints, although they have been made much of by the anti-Japanese friends of Korea, and in spite of the undoubted fact that they greatly increase the feeling of bitterness between the two peoples and interfere with the benevolent plans of the Resident General, are in themselves comparatively trivial. Wholly false charges of oppression and fraud of a much more important character have been made against the Japanese government in Korea, either in ignorance or with molly goodnighty, and have industriously been spread abroad by the subsidized or the deceived foreign friends of the Korean court. One of the most notable of such charges concerned the so-called Fisheries Company. Its history is briefly this. Certain Koreans came to a missionary friend complaining that the Resident General had peremptorily dissolved a Korean company which had a legal concession to develop the fisheries industry, thus involving the shareholders in heavy losses. The presumption was that the unjust act was intended to further in the future the Japanese interest in this same industry. But the truth was that the Minister of Agriculture, Commerce, and Industry had in the fall of 1906, at the solicitation of a Korean, notorious for previous participation in malodorous schemes, secretly granted to a native company a monopoly of all the fishing rights upon the entire Korean coasts, except the whale fisheries. In addition to this, This same company was given the exclusive right of control over all the fish markets in the empire, so that no fish could be sold except at places designated by it and upon payment to it of such sums as it might choose to exact. When, however, sufficient funds were not speedily available from Korean subscribers to float this monstrous and totally illegal monopoly, a Japanese visiting capitalist was approached by the Korean promoter and asked to buy a half share of the enterprise. His mention of the investment offered to him gave to the Residency General its first knowledge of the scheme. The Minister of Agriculture, Commerce, and Industry was immediately informed that such a concession was in plain violation of treaty rights and highly prejudicial to Korean private and public interests. The minister was also warned that the concession should be cancelled. He promised to do this, and it was supposed that he had kept his word. But either through cowardice or connivance at corruption, the promise was not fulfilled. Months later, therefore, the chief of the commercial department of the Residency General, Mr. Kyoichi, while making a tour of inspection in southeastern Korea, received a petition from the fishermen of the district, complaining that this same company was levying taxes upon them and forbidding those who did not pay the taxes to continue their fishing. The complete dissolution of this illegal monopoly was saved from being the object of popular resentment only by the fact that its promoters had been ready to share their plunder with the Japanese. 90 Another instance which illustrates, however, the habitual exaggeration and ignorant credulity of the Koreans rather than their well-known official capacity for fraud, is connected with the establishment of the Royal Stud Farm near Pyongyang. In this case, two native pastors from the city, as members of a deputation to petition the redress of a great wrong, came to a missionary friend in Seoul in great distress. Their story was that the Korean officials of the household department, in complicity with the Japanese officials, had enclosed in stakes a territory having a population of 50,000 people and comprising a vast quantity of arable land. Within this large area, no one could sell the land, or cut timber or grass, or plant crops, or bury the dead, or, in brief, put the land to any of its ordinary uses. These official prohibitions were said to have been inscribed upon the stakes, although the petitioners, on being questioned, could not tell upon just how many of them. At Seoul, neither the Korean nor the Japanese officials knew of any such project in connection with the proposed stud farm, although it was true that such a farm was to be established, under the joint patronage of their Majesties, the Emperors of Japan and Korea. Communication with Marquis Ito, who was then in Tokyo, brought a reassuring telegram from him. Investigation showed that no notice of the kind had been put upon any of the stakes which had been erected to show that all the government lands within the area delimited were reserved for the uses of the farm. Nor did the placing of the stakes put any restrictions whatever upon the people, so far as concerned their own property. The one stake on which the mysterious notice did appear had been driven some time previous to the very existence of the scheme for a royal farm, and it had reference to a totally different piece of imperial property which it had been designed to guard against encroachments from both Koreans and Japanese dwelling in Pyongyang. All this excitement could have been avoided if the Korean officials had done their duty by way of informing and instructing the people. But the simple truth is that many of them and of the foreign friends of Korea do not wish to avoid any popular excitement which will contribute to the embarrassment and discredit of the Japanese government in Korea. The rather do they welcome all such excitement. The truth of this last remark is amply illustrated by the treatment given to the pagoda incident, one of the flagrant wrongs done to Korea by the Japanese which was on the carpet during our entire stay of 2 months in the land. Viscount Tanaka, who is described as an ardent virtuoso and collector, while visiting in Seoul was approached by a Japanese curio dealer with the suggestion that he might add to his collection the ancient but neglected pagoda then situated near Songdo. Mention of the matter was made to the Korean ministers of the interior and of the household, and their approval obtained, and through them the sanction of the emperor was gained for its removal, as a present to his distinguished guest. The actual work of the removal was committed to the dealer who made the unfortunate suggestion, and who executed his job with his characteristic skill and audacity. Previous to its removal, this relic of former grandeur had for a long time been wholly neglected by the Korean government and was, in fact, in process of destruction by the Korean people, who were in the habit of removing bits from it to use as medicine. At once, however, a storm of indignant protest broke out, not, indeed, among the Koreans left to themselves so much as on the part of the foreign friends of Korea in their English papers and foreign correspondence. The Viscount was called by terms applicable to a common thief, the robbery of the pagoda, the rape of the pagoda, the plunder of this precious religious relic of Korea's former grandeur, was deplored and objurgated in the most extravagant terms. The emperor doubtless chuckled, for while he cared little for the pagoda, he cared much for the discredit which the taking away of it brought upon the Japanese. The unwise act was virtually disowned by the Residency General. Marquis Ito was absent in Japan at the time of its removal, and was severely criticized by the Japanese themselves. With the departure of Mr. Hulbert for Russia, the excitement over this act of oppression gave way to more important political affairs. The Stone Turtle Monument. Most ludicrous and pathetic but highly characteristic of all these popular excitements was, perhaps, that which arose through the mere proposal of a subject of debate by a Japanese student in Waseda University, Japan, whether the Korean emperor should not be made a noble of Japan. Thus implying, of course, his descent from his imperial dignity and the virtual annexation of Korea. The proposal was indeed never adopted, and the debate never took place. But the intolerable insult to the Korean students at the same university, and to the whole nation of Korea, although the authorities of Waseda at once rebuked the unfortunate student, was dwelt upon, and exaggerated, and rubbed into the inflamed and sensitive skins of the people, with all the vigor which the Korean patriots and their foreign friends could command. And when some obscure but self-conceited Japanese official, in Japan and not at all in Korea, published a brochure giving fully 20 and more reasons why Japan should promptly annex Korea, these same patriots and their friends made all the use in their power of this insignificant document to stir up sedition and murderous revolt. It was the issue of it as a forgery bearing the official authorization of the Japanese government, which caused the excitement in Pyongyang, the story of which had been told,